Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The kingdom of Aldurin was burning. From the crest of Ravenwatch Hill, Gandalf the Grey observed the devastation with ancient eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Golden flames licked at the alabaster towers of Highcrown Castle, their reflections dancing in the crystalline waters of the luminous lake below. Smoke spiraled into the twilight sky like the tendrils of some great kraken, choking the stars one by one. But it was not enemy armies that laid waste to the legendary White Kingdom. It was its own protector. High above the central spire, a massive silhouette circled, scales gleaming like burnished copper in the firelight, wings spanning the breadth of a small village, each beat sending gusts of wind to fan the flames below. Vorimar the Magnificent, guardian of the ardent flame, protector of the Seven Valleys, titles bestowed upon the great dragon during millennia of faithful service to the realm of men. Gandalf clutched his staff tighter, the polished heartwood warm beneath his weathered fingers. The azure thorn, they called it, with its crown of crystal that had once been the tearstone of an ancient star. Its soft blue glow seemed diminished tonight, as if sharing in its master's sorrow. "Oh, old friend," Gandalf whispered to the distant dragon, "what darkness has claimed your heart at last?" As if hearing the wizard's lament across the impossible distance. The great dragon paused mid-flight, its massive head turning toward Ravenwatch Hill. Even from afar, Gandalf could see the unnatural crimson glow that had replaced the dragon's once golden eyes, the visible manifestation of the curse that now consumed him. The wizard had felt the disturbance 3 weeks prior while meditating in the gardens of Rivendell, a discordant note in the symphony of magical energies that flowed through Middle-earth, a ripple in ancient wards set centuries ago and nearly forgotten. He had departed immediately, riding without rest, but arrived too late to prevent the first catastrophe. 2 villages already lay in ruins before Highcrown Castle became Vorimar's target. Soon, without intervention, the entire kingdom would be reduced to cinders and memory. A rustle in the underbrush behind him drew Gandalf from his troubled thoughts. His hand moved instinctively to the silver dagger at his belt, a reflex honed through countless perils. "Step into the light," he commanded, his voice carrying the unmistakable tone of one accustomed to being obeyed. From the shadows emerged a figure clad in mud-spattered traveling clothes, a woman tall and lean, with the unmistakable bearing of nobility despite her disheveled appearance. Silver-white hair framed a face too young for its color, and at her hip hung a blade, whose hilt was wrapped in leather so ancient it had long since fused with the steel beneath. "Lysandra, of the Stellar Guardians," Gandalf acknowledged, lowering his dagger. "Last of your kind, I believe." The woman's mouth tightened. "Last by circumstance, not by choice. The rest of my order perished defending the eastern hamlets when Vorimar first changed. You were right to summon me, though I fear I've arrived too late for simple remedies." "Is it true, then?" Lysandra's voice cracked slightly. "The rumors among the survivors that the Guardian suffers from the abyssal corruption?" Gandalf turned his gaze back to the burning castle. "Worse. What afflicts Vorimar is the crimson binding, a curse so ancient it predates the written histories of men. A curse I had thought safely contained for all eternity. How do you know of such things? Suspicion edged Lysandra's words. A smile touched Gandalf's lips, though it carried no mirth. Because, child, I am the one who cast it. Dawn found them traversing the Whispermere forest, a primeval woodland where trees tall as mountains swayed gently despite the absence of wind, their silver leaves whispering secrets to those wise or foolish enough to listen. Here, the devastation of Aldurin seemed distant, a nightmare from another realm. You owe me the full tale, Lysandra said as they followed a path visible only to Gandalf's experienced eye. If I am to trust you with my kingdom's salvation. The wizard nodded, his beard brushing the top of his travel-worn robes. It happened in the First Age, when the world was younger and I more reckless. Vorimar and I formed an alliance to protect the nascent kingdoms of men from the dark forces that still roamed freely across Middle-earth. He paused, stooping to examine a cluster of luminous fungi that pulsed with soft blue light. Carefully, he harvested several and tucked them into a pouch at his belt. We devised a ritual, a bond of magical symbiosis that would amplify both our powers. Such magic requires balance, a perfect harmony between the participants. For nearly 3 millennia, that balance held. What changed? I did. Gandalf's voice grew heavy with the weight of ancient regret. During the War of 5 Armies, I drew too deeply from our shared power to defeat the Witch King of Angmar. The bond shifted, became unstable. I attempted to correct it through a binding spell of my own creation. The Crimson Binding, Lysandra whispered. Yes, a temporary solution, meant to last only until I could devise a proper restoration. But then came the Council of the Wise, the discovery of the One Ring, battles unnumbered across the span of centuries. The temporary became permanent. The binding remained, forgotten by all save me, and apparently not even by me completely. They emerged from the forest at midday into a blasted landscape of obsidian glass and twisted, blackened formations that might once have been trees. The air shimmered with heat distortions, and in the distance, jagged mountains tore at the sky like the teeth of some buried leviathan. "The Shadowlands," Lysandra breathed, her hand moving instinctively to her sword. "You didn't mention we would cross the Vale. To find Prince Drathis, we must go where he fled. The exiled heir has spent a decade in these realms, surviving where none believed survival possible. How can you be certain he still lives?" Gandalf tapped his staff against the glassy ground, sending a pulse of blue energy rippling across the surface. "Because he carries within him the counterpoint to the Crimson Binding, blood of the royal line mingled with dragon's tears during the covenant ceremony at his birth. In him lies both the source of Vorimar's vulnerability to the curse and the key to breaking it." They journeyed for 7 days through the Shadowlands, facing terrors that would have broken lesser souls. Wisp-wraiths that fed on memories, leaving their victims hollow husks. Obsidian stalkers that moved only when unobserved. The singing chasms whose enchanting melodies lured travelers to leap willingly into fathomless depths. On the 8th day, as they made camp beneath the twisted spires of what might once have been a temple, they were surrounded. Figures materialized from the shadows, humanoid but changed, their skin marked with patterns like flowing lava, their eyes reflecting light like a predator's. Their leader stepped forward, a man who might once have been handsome before the Shadowlands left their mark. A jagged scar ran from his left temple to the corner of his mouth, and at his throat gleamed an amulet containing what appeared to be a single drop of liquid gold suspended in crystal. "Prince Drathis, Gandalf said with a respectful nod. "You have adapted well to your exile." The prince's laugh was harsh as grinding stone. "And no thanks to those who cast me out. Why have you come, wizard? There is nothing for you here. Vorimar suffers from the crimson binding. The curse consumes him, turns his protection to destruction. Aldurin burns." Something flickered in the prince's altered eyes, a remnant of the man he had been. And now, when disaster strikes, the kingdom remembers its discarded heir. "Now I'm worth seeking. They accused you of dark magic, of consorting with shadow beasts," Lysandra interjected. "The king had no choice." "They feared what they did not understand," Drathis snapped. "I sought only to strengthen the ancient bond between dragon and realm, to restore what was fading. I sensed the imbalance years before any visible signs appeared." Gandalf stepped forward, his expression grave. "You were right, and I was blind. The corruption you sensed was my doing, a magical binding cast millennia ago and left untended. Now Vorimar's protective magic transforms into destruction, and the cycle accelerates. Soon, there will be nothing left of his consciousness, only an instrument of devastation that bears his form." Silence fell over the gathering, broken only by the distant wail of some unknowable Shadowland entity. "What would you have me do?" Drathis finally asked. "Return with us. Your blood, infused with dragon tears during the Covenant, carries the counterpoint to my binding. Together, we might unravel what I so foolishly wove." "At what cost? Magic this profound always demands payment." Gandalf's eyes met the prince's unflinchingly. "My magical essence, a significant portion of it, surrendered willingly to restore balance." Lysandra gasped. "But without your full powers, I will be diminished," Gandalf finished. "Perhaps permanently, a fitting price for centuries of neglect." They stood upon the runestone plateau as twilight painted the sky in bruised purples and deep crimsons. Below them, the remains of Highcrown Castle smoldered, thin tendrils of smoke rising like ghostly fingers. Vorimar circled overhead, his movements increasingly erratic, the curse's progression evident in the crimson veins now visible across his once magnificent scales. In the center of the plateau, Gandalf had etched an intricate pattern of arcane symbols, their edges glowing with the same blue light as his staff. Prince Drathis stood opposite him, the dragon tear amulet now resting in a shallow depression at the pattern's heart. Lysandra and her remaining stellar guardians formed a protective circle around them, their enchanted blades drawn against the shadow creatures that had followed them from the blasted lands, drawn by the promise of potent magic. "When the dragon descends," Gandalf instructed, "you must call to him using the royal summons, the true name only those of Aldurin's bloodline know." Drathis nodded grimly. "And if he does not respond?" "If the curse has progressed too far, then I shall enter his mind directly and confront the corruption at its source. But such a path would likely mean neither of us returns." As if sensing their intentions, Vorimar suddenly banked sharply in the darkening sky, his massive form hurtling toward the plateau with frightening speed. The ground trembled as he landed, talons gouging deep furrows in the ancient stone. His corrupted eyes fixed upon the gathered figures, jaws parting to reveal teeth like gleaming swords, and the growing glow of dragonfire building in his throat. "Vorimar, Sunscale, Truth Speaker, Oath Keeper," Drathis called out, his voice carrying the unmistakable resonance of the royal blood. "By the tears you shed at my naming, by the covenant of the first dawn, I command your true self to hear me." The dragon faltered, the building flame flickering as recognition warred with corruption. A tremor passed through his massive frame. Seizing the moment, Gandalf thrust his staff into the earth at the pattern's edge, channeling his power into the arcane matrix. Blue light raced along the etched lines, meeting the crimson energy now visibly pulsing beneath Vorimar's scales. Where the energies connected, violet sparks erupted. "Now, Drathis," Gandalf commanded, "place your hands upon the amulet." As the prince obeyed, Gandalf began an incantation in a language so ancient it had never been transcribed in any mortal text, syllables that seemed to bend the very fabric of reality around them. With each word, the blue glow of his staff diminished, the light seeming to transfer into the dragon-tear amulet, which now shone like a captured star. Vorimar roared, a sound of primal agony that shattered stones and sent the shadow creatures fleeing back into the darkness. His massive body contorted as the competing magics warred within him, scales lifting and settling like waves upon a turbulent sea. In that moment of perfect balance between magics, Gandalf closed his eyes and surrendered. Centuries of accumulated power flowed out of him like water from a broken vessel, his tall form seeming to diminish with each passing second. His silver hair dulled to white, deep lines etching themselves across his once timeless face. The amulet pulsed once, twice, then shattered, releasing the preserved dragon tear in a burst of golden light that enveloped Vorimar completely. When the radiance faded, the great dragon lay motionless upon the plateau. For one terrible moment, all was still. Then his massive chest rose and fell, and his eyes, golden once more, opened slowly. "Mithrandir," Vorimar rumbled, using Gandalf's eldest name. "What have you done?" The wizard stood with the aid of his staff, now just polished wood, its magical light extinguished, corrected an ancient mistake. "Old friend, at long last." Drathis approached the dragon cautiously, his hand outstretched. "Guardian, do you remember me? Prince of the White Kingdom, exile of the Shadow Realm." The dragon's massive head inclined slightly. "I remember all, even that which the curse sought to erase. Even the destruction I have wrought. Not by your will," Lysandra said, sheathing her sword at last, "and what was broken can be rebuilt." As dawn broke over the ravaged kingdom, casting golden light across the runestone plateau, 4 figures stood united in silent communion. The diminished wizard, the exiled prince, the last guardian, and the ancient dragon. The path ahead would not be easy, but in that moment, restoration seemed possible. The balance, so long disrupted, had begun its slow return. Gandalf leaned heavily upon his staff, his eyes reflecting a weariness earned across millennia, but also a peace long absent. "Some fires destroy," he murmured, watching the sunrise illuminate the distant ruins, "and some fires cleanse, making way for new growth. The wisdom lies in knowing the difference." Vorimar's rumbling ascent echoed across the plateau like distant thunder, a promise of protection renewed and balance restored. Story 2. The crystal citadel of Valoria gleamed like a star fallen to earth, its 7 spires of translucent quartz catching the light of twin moons and fracturing it into rainbows that danced across the valley below. For 3,000 years, it had stood as a beacon of magical might and ancient wisdom, its crystalline halls housing the most powerful artifacts of the old world, until tonight. The explosion that ripped through the highest tower sent shards of enchanted crystal cascading through the midnight air, each fragment humming with disrupted magic. The sacred wards, spells so ancient their origins were lost to time, shattered in a cacophony of discordant energy that rippled across the realm like thunder. 300 leagues away, deep within the ancient forest of Elondril, where trees older than nations whispered secrets to those wise enough to listen, Gandalf the Grey bolted upright from his meditative trance. Pain lanced through his chest as if a blade of ice had pierced his heart. His weathered hands clutched his staff, Narithil, forged from a branch of the first tree and crowned with a starstone gifted by the light elves of the Western Isles. "No," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "It cannot be." But the hollow ache spreading through his veins told him what his mind refused to accept. The sword of Orlean, the legendary blade forged from the tears of the moon goddess and the breath of the sun god, had been stolen from its crystal chamber. By dawn, Gandalf stood before the arcane council in the remains of the shattered citadel. 7 mages in shimmering robes of deepest blue regarded him with expressions ranging from suspicion to desperate hope. "The wards were unbreachable," insisted Archmagus Thalarion, his ancient face contorted with disbelief. "No living being could have penetrated them without alerting us." "Yet someone clearly did," Gandalf replied, his keen eyes surveying the devastation. The chamber that had once housed the sacred blade was now a hollow shell, its walls blackened by magical backlash. "And I fear I know who." "Speak plainly, Mithrandir," commanded Lady Elindra, using Gandalf's elvish name. "If you have knowledge of this calamity, the council demands you share it." Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. 5 centuries ago, in a moment of vision granted by the eternal flame, I spoke a prophecy. I foresaw the sword of Orlean awakening from its slumber, its power unleashed to either save our world or unmake it. A murmur passed through the council. "That prophecy was sealed," protested Thalarion, "hidden away in the vault of whispers where none could access it." "None save the one whose blood resonates with the blade itself," Gandalf countered. The prophecy named not only the sword, but its true wielder, one whose veins carry the essence of both mortal and immortal realms. Silence fell upon the chamber as understanding dawned in the eyes of the assembled mages. "Your blood," whispered Lady Elindra. "The prophecy spoke of you," Gandalf nodded grimly. "And in my youth, before I understood the weight of such things, I accepted a blessing from Orlean herself, a drop of divine ichor mingled with my mortal blood. It was meant to extend my years, to grant me time enough to serve as guardian between realms. I never imagined it would create a connection to her sacred blade." "Then who has taken it?" demanded Thalarion. "Who could have known? Caravax the Shadow Lord," Gandalf replied, the name falling from his lips like a curse. "Once my pupil, now my greatest regret. In my hubris, I shared too much with him, including my own blood, used in a ritual to save his life when dark magic consumed him. He has spent centuries plotting this moment, waiting for the celestial alignment when the sword's protections would be at their weakest." "The convergence of the 9 stars," Lady Elindra gasped. "It begins in 7 days." "Yes." "When the stars align, Caravax will use the sword to tear open the veil between our world and the abyss, releasing the demon legions trapped there since the First Age." "Then we are doomed," lamented one of the younger council members. "No!" Gandalf countered, drawing himself up to his full height. "The sword responds to blood. Mine created a connection, but another with whom I share a blood bond might track it, might even wrest control from Caravax before the convergence." "Who among us shares your blood?" asked Thalarion. Gandalf's expression darkened. "Not among us. There is only one, a sorceress I condemned to exile a century ago for dabbling in forbidden arts. Maris of the Crimson Veil." The name sent another ripple of disquiet through the council. "The Blood Witch," Lady Alindra's voice dripped with disdain. "You would trust our realm's salvation to one who perverts the natural order." "I trust that she hates Caravax more than she resents me," Gandalf replied evenly. "He betrayed her before I banished her, and her mastery of blood magic, though forbidden, makes her uniquely capable of tracking the sword's resonance. The Council cannot sanction this," Thalarion declared. "To employ such dark arts, the Council need not sanction anything," Gandalf interrupted, his patience wearing thin. "I do not seek permission, merely to inform you of my intent. The prophecy was mine, the blood connection is mine, and therefore the responsibility is mine." Without awaiting reply, he turned and strode from the shattered chamber, his grey robes billowing behind him like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. 3 days later, Gandalf stood at the edge of the Whispering Forest, where the ancient trees gave way to the twisted landscape of the blighted moors. Here, in this liminal space between vibrant life and corrupted death, he knew he would find her. The hovel appeared smaller than he remembered, a crude structure of blackened wood and bleached bone that seemed to shift and breathe with the mist that perpetually shrouded the moors. As he approached, the door creaked open of its own accord. "5 decades of exile," came a voice like honey poured over broken glass. "And now the great Gandalf the Grey darkens my doorway. The world must truly be ending." Merys stepped into the pale moonlight, and Gandalf felt the familiar twist of regret in his chest. She remained beautiful in the way of deadly things, her copper hair cascading like liquid fire over shoulders draped in crimson silk, her eyes the color of fresh blood. The ritual scars that adorned her bare arms pulsed faintly with suppressed power. "Caravax has stolen the sword of Orlean," Gandalf stated without preamble. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "And you believe I care about your precious artifacts? Let him have it. Let him burn the world of those who cast me out. He will not stop at burning. He will unmake everything, including the secret places where you and your kind have found refuge." Her smile faded. "What do you want from me, old man?" "Your help. The sword responds to blood, specifically to mine, and through me, potentially to yours." Understanding dawned in her crimson eyes. "The blood bond we shared. When you healed me after the cataclysm of Eredin, yes, together we might track the sword, even wrest control of it from Caravax before he can use it to open the abyssal gate." Merys studied him, her gaze penetrating. "And what do I gain from this alliance? Your exile ended, your name cleared." And then he added with calculated precision, "Access to the libraries of Valoria, where the knowledge you have always sought awaits." For a long moment, she was silent, weighing his offer against decades of resentment. Finally, she nodded once. "I will need your blood, fresh, and you will not like the ritual I must perform with it." "I expected nothing less," Gandalf replied grimly. The tracking ritual left Gandalf weakened, but determined as they set out toward the mountains of eternal mist, where Merys's blood magic had located the sword's distinctive resonance. They traveled swiftly, an unlikely pair bound by necessity and ancient ties, the revered wizard and the exiled sorceress, each carrying secrets the other could only guess at. On the 5th day of their journey, as they navigated a treacherous path through mist-shrouded peaks, Merys finally asked the question Gandalf had been dreading. "Your prophecy," she said, her breath visible in the frigid mountain air. "The one that foretold this theft. What exactly did it say?" Gandalf hesitated, then recited the words that had haunted him for 5 centuries. "When stars align in the dance of 9, the blade of moon and sun shall shine. By blood awakened, by blood controlled, a door once sealed shall be unfolded. The Grey One's choice shall tip the scale, his greatest triumph or final fail. Myris stopped walking, her eyes narrowing. You've known this was coming for 500 years. That your blood would be the key. I knew it was possible, Gandalf admitted. I did not know it would be Caravax who would attempt it. Nor did I fully understand my own role until recently. Your arrogance is breathtaking, she hissed. You condemn me for seeking forbidden knowledge, yet you've concealed prophecies that concern the fate of all realms. I did what I believe necessary to prevent panic and to protect the sword. And now we all pay the price for your secrecy. Before Gandalf could respond, the mountain path before them exploded in a shower of rock and ice. From the swirling debris emerged 3 figures that seemed crafted from living shadow, their eyes burning with eldritch fire. Abyssal hunters, Myris spat, crimson energy already coalescing around her fingertips. Caravax knows we're coming. Gandalf raised Narithil, its starstone blazing with blue-white light that pushed back the unnatural shadows. Then let us not disappoint him. The battle was brief, but brutal. Myris's blood magic tore through one shadow creature, while Gandalf's staff reduced another to wisps of dissipating darkness. The third nearly reached them before Gandalf conjured a shield of pure light that the creature could not penetrate. As the last abyssal hunter dissolved into nothingness, Myris turned to Gandalf, blood trickling from a small cut on her cheek. You're stronger than I remembered, and you have mastered arts I feared you would, he replied, though there was a note of reluctant admiration in his voice. They reached Caravax's stronghold, a twisted spire of obsidian jutting from the highest peak. As the 6th day dawned, below them stretched the whispering forest, its ancient trees appearing as a sea of emerald from their vantage point. Beyond it lay the crystal citadel, diminished but still standing, its remaining spires catching the first light of morning. The convergence begins at midnight, Gandalf said, studying the fortress with keen eyes. We have but one chance. Myris nodded, her expression uncharacteristically solemn. I can sense the sword within. Its power pulses like a heartbeat, strong but erratic. Caravax struggles to control it fully. Then there is hope. Their infiltration of the fortress went undetected until they reached the central chamber, where Caravax stood before an altar of black stone. Upon it rested the sword of Orlion, a blade of impossible beauty, its metal neither silver nor gold, but something altogether otherworldly, etched with runes that shifted and changed as if alive. The Shadow Lord turned at their entrance, his face, once handsome, now a ruin of scar tissue and shadow. Only his eyes remained as Gandalf remembered them, brilliant, cold, calculating. My old master. Caravax's voice rasped like dry leaves. And my former ally. How fitting that you both should witness the culmination of my great work. This is not work, Caravax, Gandalf replied. This is destruction. The beings you would unleash cannot be controlled, even by you. Control is not my aim. Transformation is. The Shadow Lord gestured toward the ceiling, which Gandalf now realized was enchanted to show the night sky, where 8 stars had already aligned in their fateful dance. This world has squandered its potential. The old gods sleep while mortals play at power they cannot comprehend. The Abyssal Ones will cleanse this realm, leaving only those worthy to rebuild. You always did love the sound of your own voice, Myris interrupted, her hands weaving complex patterns as crimson energy gathered around them. While you monologue, the sword calls to us. Can you feel it pulling away from you, even now? Doubt flickered across Caravax's ruined features. He reached for the sword, but his hand stopped inches from its hilt, as if repelled by an invisible force. "Blood calls to blood," Gandalf intoned, raising his staff. Light burst from the starstone, connecting with the sword in a brilliant arc. "And mine has claim on this blade that precedes yours." With a snarl of rage, Caravax unleashed a torrent of shadow magic. Gandalf's shield of light barely deflected it, the impact sending him staggering backward. Maris seized the opportunity, her blood magic lashing out to wrap around the Shadow Lord like crimson chains. "Now, Gandalf!" she cried, strain evident in her voice, as Caravax fought against her binding. The wizard lunged forward, his hand closing around the sword's hilt. Power surged through him, raw, primal energy that threatened to overwhelm his senses. Visions flashed before his eyes, worlds ending and beginning, civilizations rising and falling, the dance of stars across eons of time. Above them, the ninth star slid into position, completing the convergence. The sword blazed with light so intense it seemed to burn away the very fabric of reality, revealing glimpses of the abyss beyond, a realm of twisted landscapes and alien geometries where monstrous forms stirred in anticipation. In that moment of perfect cosmic alignment, Gandalf understood the final truth of his prophecy. The choice was not whether to control the sword or let it fall into evil hands. The choice was what to do with its power now that he wielded it. With Caravax temporarily restrained and the portal beginning to form, Gandalf raised the sword of Orlean high. "By blood awakened," he declared, his voice carrying the resonance of prophecy. By blood now sealed. He brought the blade down in a single, decisive stroke, not against Caravax, but against the very air where the abyssal portal had begun to form. The sword cut through dimensions themselves, severing the connection between realms, with a finality that sent shockwaves of power rippling outward. Caravax screamed in rage and despair as his life's ambition collapsed before him. The backlash of disrupted magic struck him full force, his body crumbling to ash as the cosmic energies he had tried to harness consumed him instead. When the blinding light faded, Gandalf found himself on his knees, the sword now dormant in his grasp. Maris stood nearby, her crimson robes tattered, but her expression one of wonder. "You close the way," she whispered. "Not just temporarily. You've rewritten the very pathways between realms." "As I should have done centuries ago," Gandalf replied, his voice weary but resolute. The prophecy was never about preventing Caravax's actions. It was about using this moment to ensure such a threat could never arise again. And the sword. Gandalf looked down at the ancient weapon, its unearthly metal now dull and lifeless. Its purpose is fulfilled. The power that made it legendary has been expended in sealing the abyssal gate for all time. As dawn broke over the mountain peak, painting the obsidian fortress in hues of gold and rose, Gandalf and Maris stood in companionable silence. The world below continued unknowing, cities and villages, forests and fields, all spared from a cataclysm they would never realize had threatened them. "What now, Mithrandir?" Maris finally asked. Do you return to your council with tales of heroism while I slink back to my exile?" Gandalf turned to her, a small smile breaking through his exhaustion. "I believe I promised you access to the libraries of Valoria. Besides, the realms will need watching over more carefully now. I find myself in need of an ally who does not share the council's limitations of vision." Maris raised an eyebrow, a spark of her old defiance returning. "Are you offering me redemption, old man?" "No," Gandalf replied thoughtfully. "Perhaps I am seeking my own. Together, they began the long descent from the mountain, the powerless sword of Orlean secured across Gandalf's back, no longer a weapon of legend, but a reminder of prophecies fulfilled and second chances granted, both to realms and to those who guard them. Story 3. The 7 spires of Elindria pierced the dawn sky like crystalline daggers, each one crowned with a dancing flame of different hue. For 1,000 years, these eternal flames had burned without respite, their mystical light casting enchanted shadows across the alabaster city below. But on this morning, as the first golden rays touched the tallest spire, the crimson flame at its peak flickered, just once, before resuming its eternal dance. Few noticed this momentary falter, but far away, beyond the whispering woods and the misty peaks, an ancient being felt the disturbance like a knife to his very soul. Gandalf the Grey stood atop the wind-swept cliff of Raven's Edge, his weathered hand tightening around his gnarled staff as pain lanced through his chest. His silver beard whipped in the morning breeze as he turned his gaze eastward toward a kingdom he had not set foot in for 5 centuries. "So it begins," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of countless years. "The covenant weakens at last." 3 days later, the ancient wizard approached the gleaming gates of Elindria. Gone was his traveler's garb, replaced by simple peasant attire, his staff disguised as a walking stick, his legendary presence dimmed to avoid recognition. The city had changed since his last visit. New towers had risen, gardens had bloomed in unexpected places, and the populace moved with a peculiar urgency he did not recall from centuries past. But it was the flames that drew his eye. Even from the city gates, he could see them atop their spires, burning with diminished vigor. The blue flame wavered like a candle in a draught. The green pulsed erratically. And the crimson, the first flame that he himself had kindled a millennium ago, seemed paler, more akin to rose than blood. "Your papers, Elder," demanded the gate guard, a young man with the silver insignia of the royal flamekeepers upon his breastplate. Gandalf presented a carefully forged document, his eyes twinkling with mischief beneath bushy brows. "Just an old scholar, returning to consult the great library. My eyes grow dim, but my thirst for knowledge remains unquenched." The guard scrutinized the parchment before waving him through with scarcely a second glance. Such was the arrogance of youth, unable to conceive that one of the most powerful beings ever to walk the realm might stand before them disguised as a stooped old man. The Royal Library of Elindria occupied the entirety of the eastern quarter, a labyrinthine complex of interconnected towers and chambers housing the accumulated knowledge of 15 civilizations. Gandalf moved through its hallowed halls with the familiarity of one returning home, breathing in the comforting scent of ancient parchment and binding glue. It was here, in the restricted section known as the Vault of Whispers, that he found her, a young woman with copper hair and eyes the color of honey, poring over a tome so ancient its pages threatened to crumble beneath her delicate touch. "The Chronicum Flammae," Gandalf observed, his voice deliberately casual. "A rare text indeed. Few are permitted to study the history of the eternal flames." The woman started, nearly dropping the precious volume. "I have authorization," she said quickly, reaching for a scroll bearing the royal seal. "I've no doubt," Gandalf replied, lowering himself onto a bench opposite her. "But authorization to learn is not the same as permission to know. Tell me, young archivist, what do you seek within those pages?" She hesitated, studying his face with surprising intensity before responding. "The flames falter. No one will speak of it openly, but I've been tasked with finding historical precedent, any record of the flames weakening in the past and how it was addressed. And have you found such precedent? Her honey-colored eyes darted around the empty chamber before she leaned forward. No, but I've found something else. Inconsistencies in the succession records, passages that appear to have been altered or redacted. And this, she carefully turned to a page marked with a silk ribbon. Gandalf's breath caught in his throat as he beheld an illuminated illustration he had not seen in centuries, a depiction of the Flame Covenant ceremony, showing 7 figures surrounding a central fire. But unlike the official histories, which portrayed the royal ancestor King Theolorin as the Covenant's architect, this earlier version showed a different figure at its heart, a tall man with a staff and flowing silver beard. "This man," she whispered, pointing to the illustration. "He appears in no official record, yet he stands at the center of our kingdom's founding moment. And here," she flipped to another page, a reference to Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim, keeper of the First Flame's secret. Gandalf felt a weight settle upon his shoulders, the burden of centuries, of decisions made and consequences long deferred. "What is your name, child?" "Seraphina, senior archivist to the Flame Conclave." "Tell me, Seraphina, what would you do if you discovered that the foundation of your kingdom, the very magic that sustains it, was built upon a terrible falsehood?" Before she could answer, the library's great bronze bell began to toll. Not the usual measured rings marking the hours, but an urgent, clamorous warning. Moments later, the doors to the vault burst open, revealing a tall figure clad in obsidian armor, emblazoned with silver flames. "Inquisitor Vathis," Seraphina gasped, rising to her feet. The armored man surveyed the chamber, his gaze finally settling on Gandalf. Recognition flickered in his cold eyes. "Seize the impostor," he commanded, and a dozen knights poured into the room. "This is no scholar. This is Mithrandir himself, the Grey Deceiver, returned to witness the ruin he set in motion." Gandalf rose, drawing himself to his full height, no longer stooped with age. "You recognize me, though we have never met. Interesting. Your likeness is preserved in our most secret texts," Vathis snarled. "For 1,000 years, we have maintained the eternal flames while waiting for your return. The prophecy foretold you would come when the flames began to fail." "What prophecy?" Seraphina demanded, looking between them in confusion. But there was no time for explanations. With a swift motion, Gandalf struck his staff against the stone floor. A blinding flash filled the chamber, sending the knights staggering backward. In the confusion, he seized both the ancient tome and Seraphina's wrist. "Even if you wish to know the truth," he whispered urgently, "come with me now." Their escape from the library was a chaotic blur. Through hidden passages Gandalf remembered from centuries past, down forgotten stairwells, and finally out through an ancient drainage tunnel that emptied into the lower city. Behind them, alarm bells rang throughout Elindria, and the shouts of the Flamekeepers echoed off marble walls. As dusk fell, they found themselves in the shadows of the Whispering Woods, far enough from the city to catch their breath. Seraphina collapsed against an ancient oak, her scholarly robes torn and muddied from their flight. "Who are you, truly?" she demanded, "and why does the Royal Inquisitor call you Deceiver?" Gandalf gazed up at the darkening sky, where the distant spires of Elindria and their faltering flames were still visible on the horizon. "I am many things, child, wizard, wanderer, counselor to kings. But to Elindria, I am both creator and destroyer, though they know only half the tale." He settled beside her, his ancient eyes reflecting the first stars of evening. 1,000 years ago, this land was dying, A great drought had laid waste to the fields, and a magical blight was consuming the forests. The king of that time, Aldurin the Desperate, summoned me to save his people. You created the eternal flames, Seraphina whispered. I helped establish the covenant. Yes, 7 flames, drawing power from the 7 elemental planes, creating a perpetual cascade of magical energy that would nourish the land. His voice grew heavy with regret. But such power demands balance. I warned Aldurin that the covenant would require sacrifice. What sacrifice? The flames do not burn without fuel. Every 20 years, a soul must be offered to each flame, a living essence with particular affinity to that flame's elemental nature. Horror dawned in Seraphina's eyes. Human sacrifice. Our kingdom is built on blood. Not as you imagine it, Gandalf said gently. And in my design, the covenant called for willing sacrifice of a portion of one's magical essence, painful and debilitating, but not fatal. 7 mages would offer a measure of their power, enough to sustain the flames for another cycle. But that's not what happened. No. After I departed, Aldurin and his council decided the sacrifice was too great to ask of the powerful. Instead, they selected those deemed expendable, prisoners, orphans, later even those with minor magical talent who might one day threaten the established order. Gandalf's eyes flashed with anger. They twisted my covenant into something monstrous. Seraphina clutched the ancient tome to her chest. And the true heirs, the book mentions 3 brothers. Ah, you found that passage. Gandalf nodded approvingly. Adore. When I discovered the corruption of my covenant, I confronted Aldurin. In his rage, he attempted to sacrifice me to the Crimson Flame. Instead, I rescued his 3 younger sons, triplets born with extraordinary magical potential, and hid them away beyond his reach. I bound their bloodline to the flames through a secondary covenant. Only their descendants can repair what was broken. And you think these descendants still live? After 1,000 years, I know they do, Gandalf smiled mysteriously. Magic this profound leaves traces. I can sense their bloodline still thrives, though hidden and unaware of its heritage. He studied her face in the gathering darkness. Tell me, Seraphina, what do you know of your parentage? She stiffened. I was a foundling, left at the library gates as an infant. The archivists raised me as their own. Indeed. And have you never wondered why you alone among the library staff can handle the most magically potent texts without harm? Why fire never burns you, no matter how close you draw to flame? Before she could respond, a distant howl pierced the night. The cry of the Inquisitor's hounds, bred to track magical signatures across any distance. We must move, Gandalf said, rising swiftly. The Knights of Cinder will be upon us by dawn. Where can we go? The Inquisition's reach extends throughout Elindria. Not throughout all of it. Gandalf's eyes twinkled with renewed purpose. There are places even they fear to tread. The Frostfire Mountains to the north, where the last free descendants of Aldurin's brothers established a hidden sanctuary. There, perhaps, we will find the means to restore the Covenant as it was meant to be. As they set off into the depths of the Whispering Woods, the trees themselves seemed to bend away from their path, ancient sentinels recognizing the return of one who had walked their shadows 1,000 years before. Above them, the stars blazed in patterns only wizards could read, portents of endings and beginnings, of flames rekindled and covenants renewed. Seraphina cast one last glance toward the distant city of her birth, where the 7 spires stood like accusing fingers pointing toward the heavens. The crimson flame atop the tallest tower flickered again, more violently this time, as if responding to her gaze. Can it truly be changed? She asked softly. 1,000 years of corruption and lies. Gandalf's voice carried the wisdom of ages as he replied, The nature of fire, dear Seraphina, is that it can destroy or purify. The choice lies not in the flame itself, but in the hands that tend it. Together, the ancient wizard and the unknowing heir disappeared into the darkness, while behind them, the first of the 7 eternal flames quietly winked out. Story 4. The dreams came to Gandalf like tides, relentless, rhythmic, inexorable. Each night for a fortnight, as he slumbered beneath star-dappled skies of distant realms, the ancient wizard found himself submerged in abyssal depths where colossal tentacles swirled around a pair of gleaming eyes that burned with malevolence older than the mountains themselves. A voice like the grinding of tectonic plates would rumble through his consciousness. The seals weaken, grey one. I stir, I remember. I come. On the 15th dawn, as crimson light spilled across the horizon like fresh blood on silk, Gandalf stood atop the celestial tower in the floating citadel of Astrolath. His gnarled hands clutched his staff, Narcillion, forged from the heartwood of the first tree that ever grew in Middle-earth and crowned with a crystal that had once been the teardrop of a star. The wind tousled his silver beard as his eyes narrowed toward the distant west. So it begins again, he murmured to the morning air. After 7,000 years, that which sleeps awakens. By nightfall, Gandalf had departed on the back of Zephyrus, an ancient wind elemental bound to his service through an oath sworn before the world was young. Together, they soared over glittering mountain ranges and verdant forests until, 3 days hence, they arrived at the coastal kingdom of Meridian. From above, Meridian appeared as a jewel set upon the edge of the crystal sea. White marble spires reached skyward from the royal city of Wavecrest, while thousands of fishing vessels bobbed in its sheltered harbors like water lilies on a pond. But Gandalf's keen eyes detected the signs others might miss. The unusual choppiness of the water despite fair weather, the strange phosphorescence that bloomed across the bay each night, the inexplicable beaching of deep-sea creatures upon the shore. He landed not at the royal docks where dignitaries would be welcomed, but in the humble fishing village of Saltmist, where thatched cottages clung to rocky cliffs like barnacles to a ship's hull. It was here his visions had shown that he would find what he sought. The villagers scattered like startled gulls at his arrival, all save one, a young woman who stood barefoot upon the shore, her simple linen dress whipping about her legs in the salt-laden breeze. Her eyes, when she turned them toward him, shone with an unearthly azure luminescence. "You've come at last," she said, her voice carrying a peculiar echo, as though each word were whispered back by the sea itself. "I've seen you in the waters, and I have seen you in my dreams," Gandalf replied, approaching her with measured steps. "You are Nerea, daughter of Maris the fisherman. The sea has chosen you." The girl, no more than 20 summers old, wrapped her arms around herself. "I never asked for this. The visions began 3 moons ago. At first, just glimpses beneath the waves, creatures I've never seen in our fishing nets. Then voices, ancient and terrible. Now I can scarcely sleep without drowning in visions of a being so vast it could swallow our kingdom whole. You've been marked as the Oracle of the Waters," Gandalf said gently. "The previous oracle died without passing on her knowledge. And now, with danger rising from the depths, the power has sought a new vessel." A tear slipped down Nerea's cheek, glimmering like a perfect pearl. "Why? The king's men came last week. They dragged me to the palace, demanded I guide their warships to battle this threat I've seen. But how can I guide anyone when I understand nothing of what I see?" Gandalf's bushy eyebrows furrowed. "King Alaric summoned you. He believes in your visions." "He believes enough to fear them," she answered. "But his advisors called me a fraud, a simple village girl seeking attention. They cast me out, but not before I saw the fear in the king's eyes. He knows something he won't say, even to his own council." The wizard nodded gravely. "Then we must seek audience with him again, this time with an ancient voice to lend credence to your visions." The royal palace of Wavecrest was a marvel of architectural splendor, its walls inlaid with mother-of-pearl and coral that caught the sunlight in iridescent displays. Yet Gandalf sensed a disquiet within its halls. Guards stationed too numerously, courtiers speaking in hushed tones, servants scurrying about with downcast eyes. King Alaric received them in his private study rather than the throne room, a telling choice that did not escape Gandalf's notice. The monarch had aged poorly since their last meeting a century before. His once robust frame had grown gaunt, and deep shadows haunted his eyes. "Mithrandir," the king said, using Gandalf's elvish name, "it has been many years. I did not expect to see you in my lifetime again." "Troubling times call me to unexpected shores," Gandalf replied. "The crystal sea grows restless. That which sleeps begins to stir." At these words, the color drained from Alaric's face. Old legends, nothing more. "We face mere natural disturbances, perhaps underwater volcanoes or shifting currents. Your Majesty knows better," Naraya said quietly. "I've seen it in my visions. The seven seals weaken. The ancient pact frays like an old rope against sharp rocks." Gandalf fixed the king with a penetrating stare. Seven seals, seven relics of the old covenant. The crown of tides, the abyssal chalice, the trident of storms, the pearl of whispers, the saltstone key, the kraken's heart, and the tidecaller's bell. Where are they, Alaric? They were entrusted to your bloodline for safekeeping. A long silence stretched between them before the king spoke, his voice barely audible. 4 remain in our royal vault. 2 were lost in the great maelstrom 3 generations past, and the 7th, he faltered. "The 7th, Gandalf pressed. "I used it," Alaric whispered, shame evident in his slumped shoulders. 20 years ago, when drought and famine ravaged our land, I found ancient texts, your texts, Mithrandir, describing how the Tidecaller's bell could summon the blessings of the deep. I rang it at midnight during the spring tide, not understanding the full consequences. Gandalf closed his eyes briefly, a flash of anger quickly mastered. My writings were never meant for mortal eyes. The bell doesn't simply call blessings, it weakens the bindings that hold that which sleeps. Each time it rings, the entity stirs further from its slumber. The rains came, Alaric said hollowly. Fish filled our nets again. My people survived. How was I to know? We must act quickly, Gandalf declared. Gather the remaining relics. We must find the 2 that were lost and use the 5 to rebind what the bell has partially awakened. Only then might we prevent catastrophe. But their plans were interrupted by the sudden entrance of the Royal Admiral, his face ashen. Your Majesty. Strange ships approach from the eastern horizon, black vessels with crimson sails bearing the emblem of a tentacled eye. The cult of the depths, Gandalf muttered. They worship that which sleeps as a god, seeking its awakening to cleanse the world beneath the waves. In the days that followed, Gandalf and Naraya embarked on a desperate quest. With 4 relics secured from the royal vault, the crown of tides, the abyssal chalice, the pearl of whispers, and the saltstone key, they set sail aboard the swiftest royal vessel, the wave cutter, to recover the remaining 3. Their journey took them through treacherous waters where massive whirlpools appeared without warning, and bizarre creatures rose from the depths to attack their ship. Nerea's powers grew stronger with each passing day under Gandalf's tutelage. She learned to interpret the visions sent by the sea, to hear the whispers of currents and the secrets carried in the spray. They recovered the trident of storms from the legendary shipbreaker reef, where it had impaled the heart of a giant sea serpent. The Kraken's heart they won from the cult of the depths after a fierce battle upon the Obsidian Isles, where Gandalf's magic and Nerea's growing communion with the sea turned the tide against their foes. But it was the Tidecaller's bell that proved most elusive, having been stolen from King Alaric's treasury by cultists who had infiltrated his court. They tracked it to the Temple of Abyssal Worship, hidden beneath the coastal cliffs of Meridian itself, a vast cavern where thousands of devotees chanted in a language older than mankind. As they infiltrated the temple, Nerea suddenly clutched Gandalf's arm, her eyes blazing with azure light. "It's happening," she gasped. "They're ringing the bell at precisely the wrong moment, when the celestial alignment weakens the seals to their thinnest point." The cavern trembled as the deep, resonant toll of the bell echoed through stone and soul alike. The sea rushed into the temple through hidden channels, not destroying the cultists, but transforming them, their skin taking on a slick, bluish hue, webs forming between their fingers, gills splitting open along their necks. At the center of the temple, a massive whirlpool formed, descending into abyssal darkness. From within that vortex, something began to rise. Something vast beyond comprehension, ancient beyond reckoning. "We're too late to prevent its awakening," Gandalf shouted above the roaring waters, "but perhaps not too late to establish a new covenant." With the 6 relics they had recovered arranged in a circle around them, Gandalf began an incantation in a language that caused the very air to shimmer. Nerea, guided by instinct and the whispers of the sea itself, placed her hands upon the crown of tides and channeled her oracle powers through it. As the entity rose, a mountain of flesh with countless eyes and limbs that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, Gandalf completed his spell. The relics blazed with blue-green light, forming a dome of energy that surrounded the creature. "Hear me, Ancient One," Gandalf called out, his voice carrying the authority of ages. "I am Gandalf, who helped bind you 7 millennia past. I offer new terms." The entity's reply came not in words, but in visions that flooded both Gandalf's and Nerea's minds, images of confinement, rage and hunger, but also of a time when humans and sea dwellers had lived in harmony, when the entity had been revered not as a monster, but as a guardian of the deep places. "You were not always a threat," Nerea whispered in realization. "You became one through our fear and your imprisonment." Through the Oracle's connection, Gandalf forged a new pact, not of imprisonment but of boundaries and mutual respect. The entity would remain in the deep trenches except during specific celestial alignments, when it could roam the open seas far from human shores. In exchange, humans would respect the sacred waters, taking only what they needed and returning offerings of gratitude. As dawn broke over Meridian, the seas grew calm once more. The transformed cultists retreated into the depths as servants of the entity, bound to ensure both sides honored the covenant. The Tidecaller's bell was entrusted to Nerea, who would train future oracles to maintain the delicate balance between worlds. "I wrote those texts in my youth," Gandalf confessed to her as they stood upon the cliffs, watching fishing boats venture cautiously back to sea. "I believed then that power should be contained, controlled, imprisoned if necessary. I've lived long enough to learn that balance, not dominance, is the true path to peace." Nerea smiled, her eyes now permanently touched with that otherworldly azure glow. Then perhaps your greatest gift is not your power, Mithrandir, but your willingness to learn even after thousands of years. Gandalf chuckled, leaning on his staff as he gazed out toward the horizon, where, just for a moment, he thought he glimpsed an enormous eye winking back at him from beneath the waves. The greatest wisdom, he agreed, is knowing how much we have yet to learn. Story 5. The first tremor came at twilight, when the veil between worlds grows thinnest. Across the realm of Eldoria, the 6 great elemental pillars, ancient monoliths of swirling light that had stood sentinel for 10 millennia, flickered simultaneously, their eternal glow faltering like dying heartbeats. In that singular moment, every magical creature from the whispering sylphs of the iridescent plains to the stone guardians of the Frostspire Mountains felt a shudder of primal fear course through their essence. Far beyond the silver sea, on the floating isles of Celestera, where time flows like honey and the stars hang close enough to touch, Gandalf the Eternal felt the disturbance as a physical blow. His weathered hands clutched his crystal staff, the azure grip, as pain lanced through his ancient body. The staff's azure light pulsed erratically, mirroring the distant pillars. Distress. No, he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. It cannot be happening so soon. The old wizard's eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, turned toward the western horizon. His long silver beard fluttered in the sudden gale that swept across the floating meadow, carrying with it the scent of impending catastrophe. Without hesitation, Gandalf summoned Skysong, his ethereal bark crafted from a splinter of a fallen star, and set sail across the celestial currents toward the realm he had not visited in 300 years. 3 days later, the majestic spires of Lumina, the city of eternal light, came into view. The gleaming metropolis, built upon the convergence of ancient ley lines, housed the Grand Council of Mages, keepers of the realm's most guarded secrets and architects of its most powerful enchantments. Gandalf's arrival at the Sapphire Harbor caused a stir among the citizens, many of whom believed him to be merely a legend from bygone days. "Do the pillars weaken?" Gandalf announced without preamble as he strode into the crystalline chamber where the 12 archmages of the council sat in silent contemplation. "I have felt their suffering, the barrier between realms frays with each passing hour." High Archmage Thalius, a slender figure draped in robes embroidered with constellation patterns, rose from his throne of enchanted ivory. His youthful face belied the 3 centuries he had walked the world. "Gandalf the Grey," he said, his voice sharp as winter frost, "you return uninvited to offer wisdom we did not seek. The Council manages the affairs of magic in these lands now. Your methods belong to a different age." "Arrogance has always preceded downfall," Gandalf replied, thumping his staff against the polished floor. "I helped raise those pillars when your ancestors were still learning to conjure simple flames. Their failure threatens not just Eldoria, but all connected realms." The council chamber erupted in murmurs. Archmage Valoria, her eyes like molten gold, leaned forward. "We have dispatched our finest scholars and enchanters to examine the pillars. If intervention is required, we shall handle it through proper magical protocols." "Protocols?" Gandalf's laughter held no mirth. "When the Shadow Realm breaches our world, will you defeat it with protocols and committees? I will investigate this myself." "You will not," Thalius countered. "Your independent actions have caused enough disruption throughout history. If you insist on pursuing this matter, you will be accompanied by one of our order." Thus it came to pass that Lady Alara of the Sun Knights, a stern warrior mage with raven hair and armor that shimmered like daybreak, was assigned to accompany Gandalf. Her reputation for unwavering loyalty to the council and disdain for ancient magical traditions made her the perfect warden for the old wizard. "But I have no need for a keeper," Gandalf grumbled as they departed Lumina on horseback the following dawn. "And yet you have one," Elara replied, her hand never straying far from her sunblade. "The council believes your methods dangerous and your knowledge potentially corrupting." Gandalf's eyes crinkled with a mixture of amusement and sorrow. "Child, I was ancient when the first stones of Lumina were laid. I have forgotten more about the pillars than your council has ever known." Their journey took them through the Whispering Woods, where trees conversed in hushed tones, and past the Mirror Mere, whose waters showed not reflections, but glimpses of possible futures. At each location, Gandalf examined the ley lines that connected to the distant pillars, his expression growing more troubled with each investigation. On the seventh day, they reached the Ashen Plains, a vast grey wasteland where nothing had grown for thousands of years. Beyond these desolate lands lay the territories of the Shadow Clans, peoples exiled from Eldoria proper centuries ago for practicing forbidden arts. "We go no further," Elara declared, drawing her sunblade. "The boundary treaties forbid entry into shadow territories. Treaties written by victors to contain the vanquished," Gandalf muttered. "We must speak with one who dwells among the Shadow Clans, my former apprentice." "You trained someone in the forbidden arts?" Elara's blade glowed with golden fire. "I trained a brilliant mind who asked questions your council preferred left unasked," Gandalf replied, continuing forward. "And for his curiosity, I sentenced him to exile, one of many mistakes I have made in my long life." Reluctantly, Elara followed as they crossed into forbidden lands. The landscape gradually transformed, not into the realm of horrors described in council texts, but into valleys of strange, luminescent vegetation and settlements where structures of obsidian and silver reached toward the purple sky. The Shadow Clans, far from the savage degenerates of legend, had built a civilization that harmonized with the darker aspects of magic. In the central settlement of Umbra Sanctum, they found Corvin, a gaunt man with skin like polished ebony and eyes that shifted between deep violet and midnight blue. His workshop was filled with contraptions that merged magical essence with physical form in ways the council had declared impossible. "Under my old master," Corvin said, neither warmth nor hatred in his voice. "I wondered when the pillar's failure would bring you to my door." "You've felt it too," Gandalf stated. "Everyone with true magical sensitivity has felt it." Corvin gestured to a complex model of the 6 pillars suspended in midair within his workshop. "The barrier weakens because it was never meant to be permanent. It goes against the natural order." "Natural order," Elara interjected. "The barrier protects Eldoria from the corruption of the Shadow Realm. Without it, darkness would consume all." Corvin's laughter was hollow. "Is that what they teach now? Gandalf, you haven't told her the truth." The old wizard's shoulders sagged under an invisible weight. I sealed away those memories, even from myself. It was easier to believe the lie." "What lie?" Elara demanded. "Show her," Gandalf said quietly to Corvin. The exiled mage led them to an ancient chamber beneath his dwelling. There, upon walls of unbreakable crystal, were etched scenes from a forgotten history, images of the lands beyond the barrier, not a realm of nightmares, but a vibrant world where beings of shadow and light lived in harmony. It showed the arrival of the first human mages, their fear of the shadow beings, innate magical abilities, and finally the great betrayal, the raising of the pillars to imprison an entire civilization in a pocket dimension, distorting their reality into the nightmarish shadow realm. I helped create the barrier, Gandalf whispered. 10,000 years ago, in my youthful arrogance, I believed we were protecting our people. We rewrote history, depicting those we imprisoned as monsters to justify our theft of their ancestral lands. Elara staggered back. This cannot be true. The Council preserves the comfortable lie, Corvin said. The barrier was never about protection, it was about conquest. Before they could continue, the ground beneath them trembled violently. The walls of the chamber shimmered, and within the crystalline surface appeared a figure composed of interwoven threads of light and darkness, the entity known in ancient texts as the Weaver of Destiny. Gandalf the Grey. The entity spoke, its voice resonating from everywhere and nowhere. The moment of unraveling approaches. The pillars fail not from external attack, but from the weight of injustice they were built upon. All paths of fate now converge on you. What would you have me do? Gandalf asked, his voice barely audible. You helped forge the chains, the Weaver replied. You alone know how they might be broken. But beware. Removing the barrier will not simply free those imprisoned, it will fundamentally change both realms, for they have evolved separately for millennia. The shadow beings are no longer as they were, nor are your people. The merging will bring both harmony and conflict. Elara's hand trembled on her weapon. The Council will never allow this. They'll declare you a traitor to all humanity. Perhaps that is what I am, Gandalf replied, and have been since the day we raised the pillars. He turned to the Weaver. Show me all possible paths. In a flood of visions, Gandalf saw futures branching like lightning across the sky. Maintaining the barrier would lead to its catastrophic collapse within decades, causing untold destruction. Dismantling it improperly would tear the fabric of reality. But a careful unraveling, guided by one who helped create it, might allow for a gradual reunification of the worlds. And I have lived 10,000 years, Gandalf said at last, straightening to his full height. I have advised kings and shepherds alike, fought in battles whose names history has forgotten, and witnessed wonders beyond description. But in all that time, I never truly atoned for my greatest sin. He turned to Elara, whose worldview lay shattered at her feet. Return to the Council if you must. Tell them what you've learned. But know that I go now to begin undoing what should never have been done. To Corvin, he extended his hand. I was wrong to exile you. Your questions were always valid. Will you help me now to right an ancient wrong? As the three stood in the chamber of forgotten truth, the pillars of twilight trembled once more across the realm, awaiting the decision that would reshape the world. Gandalf gazed upon the tangled threads of past and future, of light and shadow. Let us begin, he said. Let us build a world where neither light nor shadow rules alone, but where both dance together in the twilight. Story 6. The ancient runes flickered like dying stars against the black stone of the wall. Sorin Ravencrest traced their fading light with weathered fingers, feeling the pulse of old magic growing weaker with each passing day. 300 leagues of enchanted barrier stretched across the northern frontier of the Ardenian Empire, a monument to forgotten powers and forgotten fears. For 2,000 years, the wall of runes had stood unbroken, keeping the feral hordes at bay. Now, hairline fractures spiderwebbed across its obsidian surface, and the protective sigils were dimming one by one. The old ways fade, and the new world forgets, Sorin whispered to the wind. His cloak, embroidered with silver thread that mirrored the wall's runes, billowed around his tall frame as the bitter northern gales howled their agreement. As the last of the runic guardians, Sorin was an anachronism in an age of steam engines and imperial expansion. The Emperor's court in glittering Valenforge dismissed his order as superstitious relic keepers, unnecessary in their modern world of reason and industry. They had withdrawn support for the Guardians generations ago, allowing the order to dwindle until only Sorin remained at his lonely post in the shadow of the wall. Tonight, something was different. The air tasted of metal and lightning. The runes pulsed with unusual urgency beneath his palm, and in the distance, beyond the wall, unearthly howls echoed across the frozen wasteland. A crack like thunder split the night. Sorin's head snapped up as a jagged fissure raced up the wall's face, cleaving through ancient protections. Blue light spilled from the breach, illuminating the swirling snow. In that ethereal glow stood a creature that had not been seen in the Empire for millennia. It resembled a wolf but stood tall as a horse, with too many limbs arranged in disquieting symmetry. Its fur shimmered with frost crystals, and runes, mirror images of those on the wall, glowed beneath its translucent skin. Most disturbing were its eyes, human eyes, filled with intelligence and hatred. Impossible, Sorin breathed, drawing his runic blade. The ancient metal hummed in recognition of its ancient enemy. The feral regarded him for one terrible moment before bounding past, faster than any natural creature, heading south, toward Valenforge. 3 days later, the Imperial fortress of Highwatch was in chaos. The creature had breached the castle walls, leaving a trail of frozen corpses in its wake. Worst of all, Prince Aldric, heir to the Ardenian throne, lay dead in his chambers. His body contorted in unnatural angles, skin marked with strange symbols that matched the wall's runes. Sorin stood before the Imperial Council, his travel-stained cloak a stark contrast to their silken finery. "Indeed, this is the consequence of neglect," he declared, his voice echoing in the vaulted chamber. "The wall weakens. The ferals have returned." Chancellor Ilvarin adjusted his spectacles with manicured fingers. "What convenient timing, Guardian Ravencrest. You appear with warnings of doom just as the air is murdered by some northern beast. The timing is not coincidence but causation," Sorin countered. "I've reported the wall's deterioration for years, and your council has ignored every missive, and now we are to believe this fairy tale? That the boogeyman of children's stories has returned?" The Chancellor's lip curled. "Perhaps we should look closer to home for explanations. Your order has long resented the throne's withdrawal of support. You can't possibly suggest the evidence speaks for itself," interrupted a cold, feminine voice. Inquisitor Morvain stepped from the shadows, her crimson uniform immaculate, silver pins denoting her rank catching the light. Her face was a study in angles, pale skin stretched over high cheekbones, eyes the color of burnished copper. "The prince's body bears runic markings," she continued, "markings only a guardian would understand. Markings like those on your blade, Ravencrest." The guards moved before Sorin could respond, surrounding him with leveled spears. "Sorin Ravencrest, you are charged with high treason and the murder of Crown Prince Aldric," the Inquisitor proclaimed. "You will be held until your execution at dawn." The dungeons beneath Highwatch were ancient, predating even the wall itself. Sorin sat in darkness, feeling the strange resonance of old magic in the stone around him. His blade and cloak had been taken, but they could not strip away the runes tattooed across his skin, hidden beneath his garments, the true source of a guardian's power. When the cell door creaked open, Sorin expected guards. Instead, a hooded figure slipped inside, carrying a small lantern that cast dancing shadows across rough-hewn walls. "If you wish to live, follow me now," whispered a woman's voice. "The night patrol changes in 3 minutes." As she lowered her hood, Sorin saw a young woman with fierce eyes and a wild tangle of auburn hair. Most striking was the mark on her right forearm, a swirling pattern that perfectly matched one of the wall's foundational runes. "Who are you?" Sorin asked, already on his feet. "Elara Wolfsbane, hunter from the northern villages." She tossed him a bundle containing his confiscated belongings, and apparently now a traitor to the Empire. Hurry. Through forgotten passages they fled, emerging into the bitter night beyond the fortress walls. 2 horses waited, breath clouding in the winter air. "Why help me?" Sorin asked as they mounted. Elara pulled back her sleeve, revealing the glowing mark. "Irdi, because 3 nights ago this appeared on my skin as I tracked deer near the wall. That same night I saw the creature. It looked at me, and it bowed." They rode north for days, avoiding imperial roads. Sorin learned that Elara had been raised by an old woman in a remote village, never knowing her parents. The mark had always been there, a pale birthmark, but only recently had it begun to glow with runic power. On the 7th day, smoke appeared on the horizon behind them. "Imperial scouts," Elara confirmed after climbing a tall pine for a better look. "At least 20 riders. Morvain leads them." "The Inquisitor herself," Sorin muttered. "She wants us badly." "What I don't understand is why," Elara said as they urged their mounts through deepening snow. "Why is she so determined? Even for the prince's murder, this pursuit seems personal." Sorin's expression darkened, because Morvain has always been obsessed with the wall and its magic. As a young scholar, she sought entry to the Guardians, but our order rejected her. The runes would not accept her. That night, as they camped in the shadow of the White Peaks, Sorin finally revealed their destination. There is a temple, older than the Empire itself, hidden beneath the mountains. The first Guardians built it as a repository of knowledge. If answers exist about the wall's failure and your mark, we'll find them there. The Temple of First Light lay buried beneath a glacier, accessible only through a narrow crevasse that wound deep into the mountain's heart. Crystal formations captured and amplified the meager light of their torches, illuminating vast chambers carved with histories predating the wall. In the central sanctum, a circular pool of quicksilver reflected the cavern ceiling, where thousands of runes had been painstakingly etched into the living rock. "The true history," Sorin breathed, his voice hushed with reverence. "Not the Empire's sanitized version." Together they studied the ancient murals and inscriptions. Hours stretched into a day, and still they read, piecing together a terrible truth. That the ferals were never monsters, Elara whispered, her face pale in the ghostly light. They were human. The walls told the story. 2,000 years ago, during a brutal civil war, the first emperor of Ardinia had employed court sorcerers to create a weapon against the northern clans. The spell was meant to weaken their warriors, but it went horribly wrong, transforming entire bloodlines into twisted creatures caught between human and beast. Unable to reverse their mistake, the Imperial Mages instead constructed the wall, inscribing it with runes that would contain the transformed clans in the frozen north. The Guardians were established to maintain the barrier and ensure the Empire's secret shame remained buried. And this mark, Elara's voice trembled as she traced the glowing rune on her arm. A new voice answered from the temple entrance. "It marks you as a convergence child, born of both bloodlines." Inquisitor Morvain stood silhouetted against the crystal-lit passage, alone, her uniform dusted with snow. Sorin drew his blade, but Morvain raised empty hands. "I've dismissed my men," she said. "What I have to say is for you alone." She approached, her gaze fixed on Elara. You carry the blood of both the spellcasters and the spell-cursed. Your existence was prophesied in the oldest texts, one who could bridge the divide and potentially end the curse. Why should we believe you? Sorin demanded. Morvain smiled thinly. Because I, too, am a convergence child. She removed her glove, revealing a rune identical to Ilara's, but faded with age. I've spent decades searching for a way to break the curse. My position as Inquisitor gave me access to forbidden archives. Her copper eyes gleamed in the eerie light. I needed you both, the Guardian's knowledge and Ilara's fresh power. But the Prince, Sorin began, was no accident, Morvain finished grimly. But not my doing, nor yours. Something ancient stirs beyond the wall, something that feeds on hatred and conflict. It sent the feral to kill Aldrich, knowing it would reignite ancient prejudices. Outside, the wind rose to a howling gale. The quicksilver pool rippled, though no breath disturbed its surface. It comes, Morvain whispered. The devourer of light awakens from its long slumber, the true architect of the curse. The wall was not built merely to contain the ferals, but to imprison the entity that corrupted the transformation spell. Ilara looked between Sorin and Morvain, then down at her glowing mark. What must we do? Unite what was divided, Sorin said, understanding dawning. Human and feral, curse maker and cursed. Only together can we reforge the broken bonds, Morvain agreed. As if in response, the temple floor trembled. In the distance, beyond the mountains, beyond the failing wall, a column of sickly green light split the night sky. Ilara squared her shoulders, the rune on her arm pulsing with newfound purpose. Then let us begin. The three figures stood around the quicksilver pool, their reflections merging as they joined hands. Guardian, Hunter, and Inquisitor, the last hope against an ancient darkness that hungered for the world of men. In the icy caverns beyond the wall, something ancient and terrible stirred from its millennial slumber, sensing the convergence it had long feared. The final battle for Ardinia had begun.